era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship returns June 25th.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
You're in the mix with the Coalition DJs, the hottest DJs in the ATL.
I can't hear you. I can't. Calling. Zandar, Hyundai, Jones. to me, young man. Hello and a very warm welcome to the Atlanta cricket fields here in Cumming. And we're all set for the big day here. The championship is in the knockout stages now. The conference semi-finals for this year's 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. The home team, Atlanta Fire, are in the middle. They're batting. Manhattan Yorkers, they won the toss and they decided to have a bowl first on this very cloudy morning here. There's threat of rain later in the day. Rain has been looming throughout the week here in this part of the world. But for all those spectators who are eagerly awaiting this contest, the good news is that we are going to get off to a timely start as all is in readiness. Umpire Thomas is just about to signal the start of play here. Rishi Pandey has been a revelation in the last few games for the Atlanta Fire. He's taking up his spot at the top of the order with Zain Saeed, who's been restored back to the normal troops after the return of skipper Aaron Jones from national duty. Plays the call. A little bit of swing there for Iftikhar. With on offer though, Rishi Pandey could make use of that. This is a big day. And you could tell that when you enter the fields here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. You enter the parking lot and you see it all full before the start of the game. You know that it's a big game here and it's a big day. Probably the biggest of the year so far. Manhattan Yorkers have travelled all the way from New York. On the splice, it will land safely. Only just. For a moment, Rishi Pandey's heart would have been in his mouth. That wasn't a well-controlled stroke, but he's off the mark now, and that will give some relief to the youngster. Like I said, probably the biggest game of his life. The minor league championship, the conference semi-finals here. It's a best of 3 series, weather permitting. But the rules say that if only one game is possible, the winner will go through. But if the series is tied, or there is no play possible, then the team that finished in their division, that's the Southern Division, Atlanta Fire, they will go through, because Manhattan Yorkers finished second in the Eastern Division. Zain Saeed off the mark immediately. A slight fumble, but batters weren't alert enough to take advantage. Zain had a lackluster season this year. He had a wonderful last year where he scored a couple of centuries as well. This year his batting order hasn't been consistent, but he looked out of form for most season. And now with Rakeem Cornwell away to CPL, it's a big role for these two openers. This one's in there once again. Rishi Pandey this time will not survive, and easily taken at mid-on by Gurjanan Singh, back from national duty as well. He really parked it safely. Rishi Pandey couldn't control that pull shot. That got a little big on him. Probably the situation got to him as well. And Atlanta Fire have lost an early wicket. He was never into the shot. He was falling away. His weight and his head never got into the shot to have any sort of control. Easy take for Gurjanan Singh. Atlanta Fire have lost their first wicket. 2 for 1. Star-studded lineup, the visitors, some household names there. Like I mentioned, Gurjanan Singh, Christopher Barnwell, Bhaskar Yadram, Sean Findlay. They are really prominent name to go with Yasir Mohammed. Surya Thurumela is making a name for himself. Rajit Darbar, so very formidable side. The Manhattan Yorkers, the visitors. As skipper Aaron Jones has made it to the middle, fresh from his exploits with the national team as well. Coming off of a very good series there in Scotland, as he once again flays it through the offside. There was room on offer, and a fumble between the two fielders. Yasir Mohammed was backing up, but the ricochet took the ball away from him. Jones off the mark with a boundary. Noman Iftikhar giving him some room. There's a little bit of shape. Like I said, Jones is coming off of some very good form. And a little comedy of error in the deep there by the Manhattan Yorkers. This Atlanta cricket field is very tricky, the outfield, when it comes to the angles. It's a little bumpy and it's a little slopey as well at certain parts of the ground. Excellent delivery, beautifully bowled. That shape and bounce and carry. We'll see the end of the first over. A good one for Manhattan Yorkers. They've made in the first breakthrough. Atlanta Fire 6 for 1.
1, 2, 3.
6 for 1 here at the Atlanta Cricket Field in this first conference semi-final. Table toppers from the Southern Division taking on the runners-up in Eastern Division. Atlanta Fire 6 for 1 went through the lineup of Manhattan Yorkers in the previous over. Atlanta Fire has some star-studded names as well. The likes of Stephen Taylor, Aaron Jones is in the middle. Jamar Hamilton had a very good season. Nasir Hussain, former Bangladesh international, has also made a telling contribution in the last round. Kone Dry, Avery Dry, Dyer, Amila Ponso excellently picked up. Beautiful bit of wicket keeping there. Rajdeep Darbar behind the stumps for the Manhattan Yorkers. He's had a good season. Christopher Barnwell. This one strays again. Darbar once again into action. Excellent bit of work there from the wicketkeeper. Barnwell rolling those big shoulders, getting plenty of pace and carry. But the direction wasn't right. Looking for that inward movement, but the length was short. Noman Iftikhar picked it up nicely on third man. Barnwell does generate a lot of pace. Not much of a run-up. Oh. But it's those big, strong shoulders. Really gets the ball through. Jones on strike. Fine leg is up in the ring. Strays onto the pads. Appealing is Barnwell. Very ambitious with that in-drift movement. He really has to start that ball from way outside the off stump to trap the batters in front. This has been yet another very, very good season of Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, this year presented to you by Sunoco. Very proud title sponsors. Dafa News are on board. Zan has got something on it. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal on that one. But Barnwell once again straying on that line. And this time Zan was able to get some bat on it. That's the boundary for Zain Saeed. They'll surely lift his confidence as well. Atlanta Fire looking to break away after the early loss of Rishi Pandey. Fine leg has been sent back now. Barnwell still operating with a slip. Pretty conventional now. Fine leg back, third man back. Zain looking to get onto that drive. Once again losing his shape. That has been his problem throughout the season. That's what I say when he's out of form. Really looking to hit the ball too hard, and in doing so, you can easily lose your shape and also lose your timing. Has been the case for Zain Saeed throughout the season. Barnwell still struggling to find a consistent line and length. Once again, that fine leg fielder has been brought up in the ring, and the square leg has gone back. Short and wide. Zain Saeed once again got stuck with his feet. Was only reaching out for the ball with his hands. Couldn't do so. Second over. Done and dusted. Atlanta Fire 13 for 1.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah.
Everyone says he's so good looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom.
Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Noman Iftikhar. Very steady performer there for the Manhattan Yorkers throughout the season. Very reliable with the new ball. It'll be a good contest. Jones goes up and over. Has it gone all the way? Sure it has. Over the side screen. Magnificent blow from the skipper. Aaron Jones coming off of a very successful series in Scotland with the national side. Scored his maiden ODI 100. And look at that. Easy as you like. Effortless blow from the Atlanta Fire skipper. It's a real treat to watch Aaron Jones when he's in full flight. Pretty conventional for most part. Even in that last stroke, you say there was nothing brute about that. Elegant, personified. Dab and run. Chance at the non-striker end. The throw was wide. Like I said, on this Atlanta cricket field, it's bumpy inside the ring as well, so you got to be very careful with your pickups. And I think on that occasion, the ball got stuck in the hand of the fielder, so he couldn't get a solid throw away on target. Slip has come out now into a wide gully for Zain Saeed. Excellent work, brilliant work at backward point. Manhattan Yorkers would need to pull up their socks in the field. Very, very important. At this stage of the competition, each and every run is vitally important. Strays in line once again. Too much heat. Once again, Zain Saeed's feet got stuck. He's just relying very heavily on his hands at the moment. If you look closely, if you get the replay again, you'll see that his feet went nowhere. The weight didn't transfer. He was caught in no man's land. And in the end, just had a swat at it. It happens to the best of the players as well. When they get out of form, they get out of rhythm. Rotation of strike could do him no harm. He gets the in-form Aaron Jones back on strike. Batting is all about synchronizing all your movements together with watching the ball from the bowler's hand all the way onto your bat. You head still, feet get in position. If it doesn't happen in harmony, that's when you call a batter is out of form. Chance at the non-striker end. The throw wasn't good. Gajanan Singh moved very quickly, but the throw was on the bounce. Never easy. Noman Iftikhar got the body behind, but wasn't able to collect the ball. Look at that. Slight misunderstanding. Gajanan Singh very swiftly came in. The throw was neither on one bounce nor in the hands, just bounced awkwardly in front of Iftikhar. At the end of 3 overs, Atlanta Fire 22 for 1.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Losing his shape, Zain Said. Once again, off the thick inside half of the bat, will earn him a boundary. Not entirely convincing. But Surya Thirumala couldn't cope with the pace of the ball. It runs very quickly downhill on that side of the ground. Look at that, no timing there. But Surya Thirumala was late to start and in the end was scrambling to get to the ball. Couldn't do so. Second boundary for Zain Said. This time he got hold of it. Excellent work this time from Thirumala. Christopher Barnwell is in trouble. Did Zain Said run into him, or is just a spasm or a cramp? It was an effort delivery from Barnwell. As we watch this fielding effort, looks like Zain Said did run into him. Both were watching the ball, following the action. Barnwell is a very, very important player for Manhattan Yorkers. Getting some ice applied. All in good spirits though. Zain Said inquiring the health of Christopher Barnwell. Atlanta Fire recovering after that early loss of the wicket of Rishi Pandey. Aaron Jones has got off to a flyer. A 4 and a 6 already in his 11 runs. Chance, a direct hit would have been curtains for Zain Said. Excellent bit of fielding from Davish Patel. Got onto the ball very quickly. It only one stump to aim at. Square off the wicket on the offside. Couldn't score a direct hit. Zain Said called quickly. Good communication. The judgment was good. All is well that ends well, as they say. Look at that. Once again, up and over. This time it's Zain Said growing in confidence. Once again, not right off the middle of the bat, but solid enough connection. This is his third boundary. This will do him a world of good. Barnwell, low full toss. An absolute gift there. And Zain Said accepts it gleefully. Barnwell has really struggled in this spell with his control. 16 of his 10 deliveries so far. Tip and a run once again from these two players who are very, very quick between the wickets, you have to say. Zain Said is absolutely rapid, and so is Aaron Jones. They needed to do that because after that early wicket of Rishi Pandey, they had to make use of this power play. As As Jones once again calmly rotates the strike, making it a very, very good over for Atlanta Fire. 12 of it, 4 gone, 34 for 1.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Partnership of 32 runs between these two after the loss of Rishi Pandey in the very first over. Bhaskar Yadram into the attack. Once again, a very seasoned performer. Big man. Known for his Yorkers at the death. Can still get the ball through in the middle overs. Jones making use of every delivery here. Excellent work from the USA international. Sean Findlay in action with his usual floppy hat. No sun around. You still like his hat. Short and wide from Yadram. Zan Saeed has got him away. Will it have enough legs on it? Yes, it did. Indeed it does, and just trickles downhill. Once again, the Manhattan Yorkers fielders, they have to know their angles pretty well here at the Atlanta Cricket Field. Square off the wicket. It runs very quickly down in that area. Downhill, you can see the ball speeding up. Two fielders there, but couldn't haul the ball back in. Saeed 21 of 15. 4 boundaries to his name now. This is better from Yadram. He got to be on those good areas. Inside the power play, very little margin of error. Good little partnership here. 37 runs they've added, these two, after the loss of Rishi Pandey. We're still inside the power play. That's a good recovery from Atlanta Fire. In form, Aaron Jones. Really looking to make use of the rest of this power play. Although he's at the non-striker end right now. Fine leg is up in the ring. Plenty of time for Zan Saeed to pick his spot. That is his 5th boundary. And he's looking good this morning. Rather sluggish start for him. But too many sighters from the Yorkers bowlers. And it is a no ball as well. So Zan Saeed will get a free hit. Really deserves some luck. He's had a hard season. A very tough one. But now finally, looks like he's coming good when it matters the most. No field changes for this free hit. Square leg is back. Third man is back. That's the only two they can have back. Ice up and over. Gajanan Singh is chasing this one down. It won't count, but he can save the boundary. No, he can't. This Atlanta cricket field turf is very, very hard, and it bounced away from Gajanan Singh as he was getting underneath it. A boundary for Zain Saeed. He's rollicking along now. Back-to-back boundaries. He got underneath that. Once again, not off the middle of the bat, but look, Gajanan Singh circling underneath it, but look at that bounce. Once it bounced, it went over his head, and another boundary. Expensive over from Yadram. 14 of it already. Off the leading edge. Luck is running for the Atlanta fireman today as he takes a single to keep the strike. 5 overs gone. 49 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
For 1, Atlanta Fire after 5 overs. Decent recovery from the home side. Under the cloudy skies here at the Atlanta cricket field. Scattered crowd here. You can see throughout the field. And like I said, when you enter the parking lot and you don't find a place to park, it means it's a big day here at the ACF. And it is indeed the conference semi-finals of 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco as we watch the USA international Yasir Muhammad with the ball from the forest end of the Atlanta cricket field. He lands one on the spot. Definitely these two would know quite a lot about each other. Spent quite a lot of time together with the national side, these two. Yasir and Aaron Jones. Shot over the top. Only just. Zain Saeed rocking onto that back foot. Still struggling for absolute timing, but in decent enough touch to get the ball away from that fielder. Look at that, once again falling away. And up the upper half of the bat, but still finds the boundary. This is a very, very decent contribution there from Zain Saeed so far. Yasir, not to be perturbed by the attacking intent, still looking to flight the ball up, looking to challenge the batters. That's the strength of this young man. This is short. A rank long hop, and this will go all the way. Aaron Jones in such kind of form is not gonna miss out on those. Inside the power play, looking to push it through, but Jones had all the time in the world. He saw that one early and deposited the youngster over square leg. Back cut, beautifully played. Oh, this is the shot of the day for me so far. Aaron Jones got on top of the bounce very, very nicely and found the gap to perfection. Glorious batting from the USA international. Look at that replay. It did bounce, but look at those hands beautifully coming through and hitting the ball on top of the bounce. Magnificent timing and placement. Yasir Muhammad has been taken to the cleaners in his first over. Never easy for a spinner to bowl inside the power play, especially a young leg spinner. Three of the two boundaries have come off the back foot for the batters. This is where Yasir would think that he let himself down. As Jones clears his front leg, mid-on was up in the circle. He can only turn around and see the ball sail over the fence. Huge finish to the power play. Atlanta Fire are on fire. 70 for 1 after 6. Jones read the flight. Yasir Muhammad turned around and saw that ball land into the woods at the far end of the ground. Power play clearly belonging to the home side. 70 for 1 after 6. Watch the replay of the final delivery. It wasn't really a bad ball, but such is the nature of the mindset of these batters in this format. They're prepared to take a chance, and on that occasion Aaron Jones was really in complete control of his stroke. Rat Patel is the new bowler. Manhattan Yorkers have been stung by this attack. Really excellent counter attack there from the Atlanta Fire after that loss of early wicket. And like I said, power play. Angle face, Zain Saeed rotates the strike. They've found boundaries at ease. They've been able to rotate the strike as well. This has been a good counter attack and a good partnership building. Atlanta Cricket Field rather, is a high scoring ground. And despite these conditions, the overhead conditions, we've seen very little movement for the quicker men. And this jute matting here does let the ball come onto the bat pretty nicely. As on that occasion, Aaron Jones, he's really putting on a show here. The Atlanta Fire skipper once again getting on top of the bounce and bringing out a cracking cut shot. He's really looking in good order. Look at that footwork, the transfer of weight, and the hands through the ball. All in sync, like I said earlier. And this is a sign of a man in very, very good form. Once again, beautifully played. The timing was superb. A slight fumble will allow Jones to come back. Aaron Jones is really looking good I mean, like I said, when he walked in, it's a real treat to watch him play when he's in full flight. He's not your conventional T20 basher, but he's very, very correct. His range of strokes have increased over the years, and now very, very well equipped in this format as well. And what he can do in any format, rotate the strike with no trouble whatsoever. This has been a very, very good innings from the Atlanta Fire skipper. (37 of just 15 deliveries for Aaron Jones. Zan Said now on strike, 36 of 23. He's once again struggling to find the middle of the bat, but he's hanging in there. He's played an able part in this partnership, probably not as pleasing on the eye as Aaron Jones, but the scoreboard reads exactly the same amount of runs against his name at this stage, 37. Although 24 deliveries now with 7 boundaries of his own. This time for once, Jones couldn't get timing on it. Under edge will take it away from the keeper. Slight confusion in the running between the wickets. Once again a fumble in the deep. The Manhattan Yorkers fielders will find it very difficult on this outfield. They're not used to it. Another profitable over comes to an end. 7 gone, 80 for 1. Raj Patel went for 10 of his first over. We haven't seen Surya Thirumala into the attack just yet. Sean Findlay as well. Capable all-rounder. Devashwari Prasad can also roll his arm over. Change of ends now for Bhaskar Yadram. He's coming on from the forest end now. Off the edge, Jones will get a single to Noman Iftikhar. Current run rate of 11.4, 11.3 rather after that delivery. Atlanta Fire have gotten off to a flyer. Quite a long batting lineup. Atlanta Fire, we still await the arrival of Stephen Taylor, who's been dropped down to middle order. To boost that middle order, Nasir Hussain, the former Bangladeshi international, also waiting in the wings. Went over the top of the middle stump. Zan Said showing all his 3 stumps to Bhaskar Yadram. That little bit of extra bounce here at this jute matting of Atlanta Cricket Field took the ball over the stumps. In fact, over the top of the middle stump. You see, Bhaskar Yadram has a clear sight of all the 3 stumps. Probably middle and off, you'd have to say. This time, once again, over the top of the stumps. Bhaskar Yadram, you're rolling those big shoulders. That wasn't short enough for that kind of stroke from Zain Saeed. Up and over. Field is set back now. Sweeper at deep cover. But these two are very quick between the stumps. That's the advantage these two have. They're very quick between the stumps, and the partnership really propelling now to 81. Like I said, it's a very, very cloudy morning here in Atlanta Cricket Field. The sun finally breaking through, but not for long, I'm afraid. As Zain Saeed got underneath this one and finds the gap as well. He's been finding the boundaries quite regularly, and this one has gone all the way. Once again, that short of a length. This time Zain was able to rock back and get underneath it. Not really a length for that kind of shot, but he saw it early. Closing in on that 50. First sixer for Zain Saeed. Very, very comfortable conditions because of the cloud and the slightly cooler weather here at the Atlanta Cricket Field for players and spectators. We've already seen plenty of action in this 7.5 overs. This time, this is probably the best of the lot from Zain Saeed. Yet another boundary for him. A 4 and a 6 to finish off the over. And Atlanta Fire are really rollicking along. Bhaskar Yadram not learning. Once again that length. This time the room was there as well. For Zain to free his arms. Hit it well in front of square. 13 of the over. 8 gone. Atlanta Fire 93 for 1. Raj Patel will continue. Partnership of 91 of just 47 deliveries. Manhattan Yorkers really looking for some inspiration in the field. Where can the skipper look for wickets? We haven't seen Surya Thirumala yet in the first 8 overs. Straight to Yasir at backward point. Surya Thirumala had a very good weekend last week, and he's instrumental Got to wait and see what impact he can create today when he's given an opportunity. Extra bounce on that occasion for Raj Patel. Aaron Jones started off in a blistering fashion. His timing has kind of deserted him in the last 5 to 10 minutes. He hasn't had much of the strike as well. Just 20 deliveries in the partnership. Zain Saeed, on the other hand, have 29 deliveries. But he will be eyeing a 50 here. Because welcome return to form for the former skipper of Atlanta Fire. And that will earn him a 50. A very, very richly deserved 50. He has to battle very hard for that knock. But he's come good when it mattered the most in the semi-final of the conference stage. And reached his 50 of just 30 deliveries. No scoreboard here, of course, at the Atlanta Cricket Field. So the message will filter through. Eventually, no bat raise or not much clap from his teammates just yet. That's a good delivery. Raj Patel nipping that ball back in. Like I said, Aaron Jones, he started off so pleasantly and so briskly that the last few deliveries, although he's been able to rotate the strike, he hasn't been able to get that perfect timing that is associated with his style of play and the kind of form that he was in at the beginning of his innings. Good save, Yasir. Very good in the field, inside the ring. A rather quiet over comes to an end after the end of 9 overs. Atlanta Fire 97 for 1.
1, 2, 3.
$97 for 1 for Atlanta Fire after 9 overs.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Almost half of the boundaries have come off the last 2 deliveries, so that has been a problem for the Yorkers bowlers to get out of the over. Zain has really batted brilliantly today. Like I said, a battling knock, not his fluent best, but he hung in there. I have to say, plenty of opportunity was provided to him by the Manhattan Yorkers bowlers. As this time he's got hold of it. Getting his timing back off the middle of the bat on that occasion. And into that cow corner, one of his favorite areas. Slow delivery, the roll of the fingers. But Zain picked it up very nicely and picked up his spot as well. He knew exactly what to do with that delivery. Cricket is such a funny game. At the beginning of his innings, you could tell that he was looking for that timing, and now in the last 10 or 12 deliveries, he's found the middle of the bat more regularly than probably throughout the season. And the results are there as well. The strike rate has really propelled. He's 57 of just 33 now. Once again, call is for 2, but he'll be content with a single. 100 was brought up as well with that huge blow from Zen. Aaron Jones pushing for 2. Yasir got there quickly. Aaron Jones also realizing the fact that Zan has found his groove. So he's happy to allow him take the bulk of the striking. Partnership of 103 of just 57 deliveries. Solid. Will he clear the man? Only just. He took on the man at long off. The tallest man on the park, probably Christopher Barnwell. But it went over his head. His leap wasn't good enough to catch that ball just in front of the Atlanta Fire dugout. Flat and hard from Zan's side. Barnwell lined it up very nicely. Very nicely picked up by our cameraman as well. Beautifully bowled from Prashad. This time the quicker delivery to finish off the over. But another very expensive one. 14 of the over. At the halfway stage at the Atlanta Cricket Field. It's 1-1-1 for 1.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
The Manhattan Yorkers continue to bleed runs here. Plenty of chasing off the ladder. 111 for 1 after 10. First half of this best of 3 series of the conference semi-final of this year's Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, clearly belonging to the home side. Jones doesn't look very natural when he looks to bludgeon the ball. Taylor, Jamar Hamilton, Nasir Hussain, Jay Pathak waiting in the wings. What is a good score here at Atlanta Cricket Fields? We've seen 200 being chased before. 180 is just about par here. Swing and a miss. Belated shout there from Patel. But like I was saying, 180 is only par here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. Manhattan Yorkers need to just hang in. We've seen innings derail in the second half of the 20 overs. And what causes that is continuous fall of wickets. Yorkers need to break this partnership and continue to take wickets to peg the scoring back here. Said is frustrated. 2 dots in a row. Another dot. Dots have started to creep in the last 3 overs. Four dots in this over and 4 in the previous 2 overs as well. That run rate is coming down. The projected score has come down to 207. Zain Saeed had helped it on its way. Enough timing on it to get it over the fence. And now the raise of the bat, slightly belated one. But you can clearly tell that Zain Saeed is hanging on that back foot, waiting for that length. This time the line was right for him. Swiveled around and got himself a maximum to finish off the over on a high for Atlanta Fire. 11 gone, 118 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Clearly tell in the last few overs, Zain Saeed has had most of the strike. Aaron Jones, just 23 deliveries for his 43. Zain Saeed, 70 of 41. 4 sixes and 8 fours for him. But this is one thing with Zain Saeed, we all know that once he gets to a start like this, he likes to carry on. He likes to score big. The batting card is not in this order that you're seeing on your screen. To the bottom you see Stephen Taylor and Nasir Hussain. Probably will be the next to win alongside Jamar Hamilton and Jay Pathak. But trouble is here for the Manhattan Yorkers. Plenty of runs. You see Devashwari Prasad going for 14 of his 1 over. Patel probably the pick, 21 of his 3. Wicket for Noman Iftikhar. He was decent up top as well. But everyone else has struggled. Yasir Muhammad, 21 of his only over. We're going to see Surya Thurumela finally brought into the action. I guess one reason would be that the skipper was waiting for this partnership to be over and done with so he can bring on the youngster. But now it's come to a stage where he has been left with no options. Just to bring him on and see if he can do the damage. Atlanta Fire, the partnership of 116 of 65, has more than repaired the damage that was caused by the early fall of Rishi Pandey in the first over. They're really dominating this innings. What can Surya Thurumela do? The young man with plenty of potential. Jones up and over. Magnificent. You can hear the applause. Aaron Jones, when he clears that front foot and opens up that long off position for himself, when it's in his arc, it generally goes out of the park. Good night, Charlie, as they say. Aaron Jones closing in on that 50. This time on the onside, we'll find the fielder on the fence, but that will bring Aaron Jones 50 as well. Wonderful knock from the USA International. The skipper of Atlanta Fire leading from the front. He raises the bat to the applause of the crowd here at the Atlanta Cricket Field. This has been a truly magnificent knock. 50 of just 25, striking at 200. 3 fours and 4 sixes. He's clearly a rejuvenated T20 player this year, Aaron Jones. Use of the wrist, couldn't find the gap. Over number 9, 10 and 11, which brought about 8 dot balls. I think this pair has gone through that phase again, so now they're finding boundaries, rotating the strike at will. Once again looking to get underneath it. No elevation on that occasion. Have to give credit to the youngster though. Surya Thuramela is prepared to throw the ball up, throw the challenge. Sometimes you just have to admit that the batting was too good, and so far they're prevailing. A hint of premeditation in that stroke there from Zan. Projected score at this stage, 218 runs. That would put Atlanta Fire up in pole position. This is a slightly better line, not allowing Aaron Jones any room outside the off stump. A good comeback from Surya Thuramela after getting hit for that 6. Still 11 of the over. 12 gone. Atlanta Fire 129 for 1. $129 for 1. This partnership is so important in more than one way, because if you look at the contribution they made, and also we all know that the weather is around. At some stage, Duckworth-Lewis may just come in. We're all hoping it doesn't come in the first game. Remember, it's the best of 3 series, a double-header today, and if needed, we all will be back for the third and final encounter tomorrow. Switch hit from Aaron Jones. He showed it to Raj Patel pretty early. We hope that the rain will stay away for the length of this first game. But the clouds are set in and they're not moving. So we will have rain at some stage. As Jones looking to find the gap. Zan Said called nice and early. Direct hit would have got him again, but they're prepared to take the risks now. With the entire batting lineup to go, Zan Said dropped his bat at the non-striker end and still was able to recover and get there quickly and safely. But like I was saying, with Atlanta Fire, the batting lineup they have at their disposal, the 2 in the middle, are prepared to take their chances now. With on offer. Once again, the toe end of the bat. It didn't sound sweet, but a couple more runs. And as I was saying, with this rain around, Duckworth-Lewis may come into equation, and the fall of wickets, or the lack of fall of wickets, will really put Atlanta Fire in pole position when that equation is sorted out. And if needed, just the 1 wicket down at this stage. Once again off the toe end of the bat. But the scoreboard has been kept busy here at the Atlanta Cricket Field. When the boundaries haven't come, for the most part, strike has been rotated. The running has been pretty hard and frenetic at times. Now Jones is exclusively looking for boundaries. You could clearly tell. And in a funny sort of way, this is where he loses his control and his timing. Like I said many times, his natural style is not to bludgeon the ball. He still has the gift of timing and placement. Oh, what a magnificent take there! Outside edge, it was flying, and the wicketkeeper Rajdeep Darbar was flying in the air to take that one-handed. This is worth having another look. Zain Said swinging hard, and look at Darbar leaping up in the air, caught it with one hand. A stunning effort, and something special was needed to break this very, very special partnership, and that has come through from wicketkeeper Rajdeep Darbar as Zain Said walks back for a magnificent 72. A really telling contribution in the context of the game. He walks back. The end of the partnership of 132 runs between him and Aaron Jones. Zain gone for 74. Atlanta far 134 for 2. Finally, we'll get to see Stephen Taylor. This could be fun. Stephen Taylor with a license. Only 7 overs to go. He can really go for it from ball 1. He has been on a purple patch in the last few months with the national team as well. Fresh from their exploits in Scotland. Both the USA international in the middle. Jones really kicking himself. Couple of yards either side of the fielder. He would have earned him a boundary. .54 of 31, Aaron Jones. Once again, couldn't pierce that field behind square on the offside. This single will allow Stephen Taylor to come on strike. Very, very talented left-hander. He's got the range of strokes. He's got the style and elegance to go with his power. He's been around for ages, it may seem, and he's still not 30 yet. He started his international career at the tender age of 15. What's the field for him? Just the 3 fielders on the onside, and all of them are on the fence. Short third inside the ring. Deep cover is also back. Taylor was looking to ramp it. Got something on it. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal. Noman gets to the ball. Couple of leg byes. Taylor will have to wait to get his scoring going. But he really read the plot. That fine leg fielder has now been brought back. Across for the left-hander. It's different from the kind of pitches that Taylor and Jones have been playing on recently in Scotland. It's been quite wet, summer there. Well, not as wet, but they still had a washout, one washout there, and then we know the conditions in UK that could be pretty different from here. But it was amazing to see how quickly Aaron Jones got into his stride. Interesting to see how Taylor does that. As I've mentioned, it is evident that Jones's rhythm has been broken in the last now 15 to 20 minutes maybe. Manhattan Yorkers would need to hang in there. Like I said, this innings can really turn quickly, and the projected scores of 220 could come down to 180 or 190. We've seen that happen many times here as Prashad finishes off his over quite comfortably with a single. They won't mind that at this stage. Just the 5 of the over. Over number 14 gone. Atlanta Fire 139 for 2.
1, 2, 3.
Any level, yeah. Stunner. Both feet off the ground, yeah. Stunning. Absolutely stunning from Aaron Jones. Deep in his crease. He's waiting for that length. The Atlanta Fire tent, the hospitality tent, they're up on their feet as the music is thumping along here at the SCF. And music to the ears for that sound of the bat from Aaron Jones as that ball struck the meat of the bat. Atlanta Fire, after a quiet over, needed that big blow. Swing and a miss, Aaron Jones. Previous 2 overs just yielded 10 runs, and that projected score had come down below 200. That's what I was trying to make a point, because if Manhattan Yorkers can hang in there and close this innings off at around 180, 190, that's beautiful. This is just purely majestic from Aaron Jones. With an offer. Slightly slower as well from Noman. But look at Aaron Jones reaching out to that delivery with his hands. He's once again getting into his groove. This is how he started off his innings. Had a little lull in between. But now he's really got 10 of 3 now in this over of Noman Iftikhar. That has also brought the 150 off Atlanta Fire's innings as well. Taylor won't push for 2. Aaron Jones is pushing, but Taylor wants a piece of the action now, I think, and rightly so. All the spectators around the ground here at the Atlanta Cricket Field, and all the audience watching at their homes or in their cars, wherever you may be. If you have pulled up at a Sunoco gas station to fill your Toyota, Just hang on there for a minute and tune in to the MLC social media platforms to watch a piece of action where Stephen Taylor is about to take center stage. One has the feeling. Giving the USA man the big build-up. Let's see how he responds. He does like pace on the ball, and Noman is probably the quickest of the Manhattan Yorkers bowlers. Bob, as he is affectionately known, Taylor. He's got a huge following in this area now. It's his second season for Atlanta Fire. And he really has become very, very popular amongst the fans here. Because the way he bats, the way he carries himself, always with a smile on his face. Beautifully bowled. Right in the block hole. Noman Iftikhar has run in and produced an absolute gem. Manhattan Yorkers, true to their name, would need more of these. 15 gone. Atlanta Fire 153 for 2.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
I was talking about the projected scores in the previous over. They still show that with 5 left, 205 is the projected score here. But talking about Manhattan Yorkers, the way Noman finished his last over, if they can produce some of these consistently, 180 is a par, but 200 has been scored here before, have been chased down before. So with 190, 200 still at Manhattan Yorkers, with their strength and depth, would feel that they're in the game. Anything more than that, they'll really struggle. Bhaskar Yadram at the back end of the innings is known to produce these Yorkers. Excellent start for the big man. 2 overs for 28 runs for him so far. But like I said, this is his time now. This is his moment. He's a specialist when it comes out to closing out an innings. His job won't be easy against the likes of Taylor and Jones. Taylor so far has been prepared to have a look in. He's only faced 3 deliveries. Short arm jab. He really looks stylish when he plays those strokes. It wasn't that short really, but Taylor swiveled on that back leg and was able to get the ball away. Couple of runs, couple of quick runs will loosen the limbs for the big man. Get the blood flow running, and now he'll be in pole position to strike big. Good contest here. No room on that occasion to free the arms for Taylor. A fumble will allow Jones to come back for the second. This direct hit would have had him. Bhaskar Yadram was in no position. He's not very happy with his fielder. But we'll have to see if he made it back quickly. Bhaskar Yadram, he could have still effected the run out. Very lackluster from Yasir, it has to be said. But Bhaskar Yadram, it would have been too late. Good running from Aaron Jones. Rightly upset was Bhaskar Yadram with Yasir. Aaron Jones is very, very quick. That is. One of his strengths, this alongside his stroke play. Once again, looking for that full Yorker, Bhaskar Yadram. The execution was good. Over without a boundary at this stage with 8 wickets in hand will be considered a good over. Yadram will look to get out of the over rather cheaply. A wicket to go with it would be even better, especially that of Jones. 71 of 40. Partnership of 26 of 16 so far. Jones is pushing. Taylor is looking as well. Good bounce there for the fielder. Allowed him for a clean pickup. Another single. Yadram is doing his job pretty well in this over. Just the 7 of the over. If he can get out of this over without conceding a boundary, he would have done a good job. Projected score is hovering around that 200 figure, 203 right now. Atlanta Fire will be looking for a grandstand finish. Taylor goes up and over. Fine leg was up in the ring. He only had to just clear him, but he went over his head and got him a boundary. That is the boundary Atlanta Fire were looking for to close off the Bhaskar Yadram over. 11 of it. That makes it another good over for Atlanta Fire. The line was slightly wrong. He just rolled his fingers over it, and Taylor just helped it on its way. 16 gone, 165 for 2.
1, 2, 3.
Under the grey and cloudy skies here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields, the rain has so far stayed away from the action. Just 4 overs to go in the first innings. Atlanta Fire has really so far scored freely in those 16 overs, scoring at more than a 10 an over with 8 wickets in hand. These 4 overs, it can really go south here for the Manhattan Yorkers if they're not careful here with their fielding. They have to be ready for the catches. These 4 overs could be make or break for them. Jones is over, not a clean strike. Sean Findlay grabs it. It's Bhaskar Yadram rather. But that is Aaron Jones. His innings has come to an end. This is his favorite mode, clearing his front leg, looking to go over extra cover. On that occasion, couldn't find the timing, hit it on the bottom of the bat. You can see Yadram coming in almost 10-15 yards inside the fence. Catches it cleanly. And Manhattan Yorkers, they really sense that if they can hold their nerves here in the last 4 overs, they can still make a comeback here. They've gathered around for a mini conference. There's not much time left in this, but you could see the spirit and they realize and sense the moment. But the applause for Aaron Jones as he walks back into the dugout. He made a splendid 72 of just 41 deliveries. Atlanta Fire 165 for 2.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
165 for 3. Christopher Barnwell has made the breakthrough. He's another of those specialists. He likes to close the innings with the ball. Very crucial stage of this first of best of 3 conference semi-finals. Atlanta Fire has dominated, but they can't take their foot off the gas. A little bit of shape in the air for Christopher Barnwell, tucking Taylor up, looking for 2. Jamar Hamilton is quick as well. Couple of runs for Taylor. Just the 1 maximum for Taylor so far in his 8 deliveries. "22 deliveries left in the innings. Farm blow, Gajanan Singh. Right time at the right place. Gobbles Stephen Taylor. This is another huge wicket for the Manhattan Yorkers. 2 wickets in the over for Christopher Barnwell. Has really pegged Atlanta Fire back. This game is right in the balance once again. 2 very strong sides going hard at each other. Toe to toe. Stephen Taylor walks back for 13. Atlanta Fire 167 for 4. It was a very solid blow. Look at Gajanan Singh. He had to be very neat and tidy with his hands. Caught the ball above his hand, fingers pointing up. Like I said, the Manhattan Yorkers, they take their catches, the opportunities will come their way. And that indeed was a very, very good catch from Gajanan Singh under pressure. That ball was really traveling. .167 for 4. Cornered Rai makes it to the middle. Nasir Hussain have been held back. Jay Patak is in the mix. Amilo Aponso. Christopher Barnwell gets the slow delivery wrong. 168 for 4 now. Always talk about the importance of the wickets at the back end of a T20 innings. The projected score still 204, keeping the Manhattan Yorkers in the hunt as Gajanan Singh once again, good bounce helping him out on that occasion to restrict the scoring just to a single. Gajanan Singh himself has been in blistering form with the USA national side. Most of the times I've seen him open the batting, but he's found a role in the middle order in the national side as a finisher. And he's been a match winner on quite a few occasions recently in the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series. First at home at Musa Stadium in Houston, and his latest exploits in Scotland, earning USA a famous victory against the Scots. Jamar Hamilton. And look at that effort from Barnwell. He's a big man. He was leaping in the air to get that throw away, to catch Cornered Rai off guard. Watch him go. Barnwell. Excellent work, buddy. Great commitment from the two sides. This is some fascinating cricket here. Like I said, two very good sides going toe to toe, not giving an inch. And this game is far from finished. Cornered Rai is running hard, looking for the second run. He's a tall man. Gets there comfortably. The throw came at the non-striker end. Hamilton is not as tall, but equally quick. Excellent over from Christopher Barnwell has come to an end. Just 7 runs and 2 wickets. With 3 overs to go, Atlanta Fire 172 for 4.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Three overs to go, 18 deliveries. Atlanta Fire 172 for 4. Two new men at the crease, never ideal going into the back end of the innings. But two very capable men, especially Jamar Hamilton. Bhaskar Yadram looking for that block hole. Great execution from the tall man. He would look for the support of his fielders as well, especially the one down the ground. Two of them long on and long off. Last over, he conceded an extra run. And at this stage, it's not just an extra run. You concede the strike to probably a better batter. And he can go hard and make you punish for that little mistake. Good thing for Manhattan Yorkers is that that projected score is still hovering around that 200 figure. 220 or 30 would really kill the game before the run chase even begins. So that 20-30 runs very crucial here for both sides. A dot ball is precious at this stage. Coney Dry has batted as high as number 5 in this season for Atlanta Fire. Big South African look to get a couple of maximums away. Manhattan Yorkers would like to concede as few boundaries as possible in the remaining 16 balls. Straight down the ground. He's absolutely drilled it. Gajanan Singh is everywhere. That is absolutely stunning piece of fielding there from the USA International. That was downhill, running very, very quickly. But he covered the ground. Look at him go. And that dive. This is cricket of the highest standard here at the Atlanta Cricket Field. You little ripper, Gajanan Singh. Clears that front leg. Couldn't get the elevation. Bhaskar Yadram's length has been absolutely terrific in this second spell. Exclusively looking for that block hole. Unless you pull out a ramp against him, if you have one in your repertoire, I think he'll be a very difficult bowler to get away. It's a really tight, intense battle. You have a feeling who blinks first. Bhaskar Yadram, one feels he doesn't need to do anything different than bowling those Yorkers. Will he be persistent enough to just go for Yorker after Yorker? This time it's Hamilton on strike. Hamilton did bring out the ramp. It was a length ball. It did offer him to get underneath, got inside the line of the ball. That's experience there from the Atlanta Fire wicketkeeper. He read the plot very well. He was one step ahead of Yadram, and although it wasn't a Yorker, but that length just proved a perfect one for the execution from Jamar Hamilton. Each boundary propels Atlanta Fire. A dot and a single brings hope for the Yorkers. He's really looking to get underneath it once again. Great length there from Bhaskar Yadram. That fifth delivery, the boundary, but still, it is a good over. Just 9 of it, 18 gone. 181 for 4. $181 for 4 into the last 2 overs. Barnwell. Slow delivery, too wide. Hamilton finds the sweeper though. Wasn't enough pace on that delivery. Hamilton tried to create his own pace, but couldn't clear the fence. There's a huge boundary on that side. A hit against the wind as well. Didn't work out for Jamar Hamilton. And Christopher Barnwell continues to take wickets. His third in the 2 overs. Jamar Hamilton was looking to clear the fence. Look at that. Just roll the fingers, a leg cutter. Hamilton gave it his all, but couldn't clear the fence. Half the side back in the hut for Atlanta Fire. 3 wickets for Barnwell in the last 2 overs. 181 for 5. Nasir Hussain looks like it is the new man. Christopher Barnwell turning the screws here for the Yorkers. Seam up delivery, looking to cramp Hussain up. Concedes a wide. Umpire Samuels. Hussain does the right thing. Gives the strike back to corner dry. Nasir Hussain, obviously, has plenty of experience. Has played in all 3 formats for Bangladesh. Test 100 against Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken. Had a blistering start to his international career. He's fallen off the rails a little bit as we watch dry. Gajanan Singh once again in the action, brings out the big dive, but not enough on that occasion. Splendid work there, excellent commitment, but Kone Dry is a big man. He possesses the power, and when he can hit the ball like that, it's very difficult to stop him. Low full toss on that occasion, but look at Gajanan Singh go just in front of our commentary box. That despairing dive. Solid enough knock, but there was too much pace on that one from Kone Dry. Excellent cricket all round. This is magnificent stuff to watch. Absolutely breathtaking. Action galore. Not last 9 deliveries to go. Atlanta Fire closing in on that 200. Singh in action once again. He'll gobble it comfortably. Just 10 yards inside the fence. And Kone Dry looking at his bat. Didn't get a clean connection. And the wickets keep coming for Christopher Barnwell. This is his 4th wicket now. And Atlanta Fire are losing wickets in a heap here. Chasing the big total and a grandstand finish. Kone Dry is the latest casualty. As soon as he hit it, he knew he was in trouble. And Gajanan Singh has been in stunning form in the field, in the air, and along the ground as well. Pouches it comfortably. Corner dry, gone for 10. Atlanta Fire, 187 for 6. $187 for 6 now. They'd mentioned this point with Duckworth Lewis in action today at some stage. Hopefully not in the first game, but still that fall of wickets is really good for Manhattan Yorkers. Amila Ponso is the new man in. It's a big swing and a miss from Nasir Hussain, who's at strike. Ponso is also a big striker. But look at how this good spell from Christopher Barnwell has done. As we watch Mila Ponso, another Nasir Hussain rather, swing and a miss. Come back to it after the over. Excellent stuff from Christopher Barnwell. Finishes off with 2 wickets and only 6 runs in this over. 4 for 31 of his 4 overs. The work for the big man from Manhattan Yorkers. With 1 to go, Atlanta Fire 187 for 6. This has been a seesaw battle here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields under the cloudy skies. Final over to go. It's been a stunning comeback from Manhattan Yorkers, and the projected score has come down to 197, probably for the first time since the 6th over. As Mila Ponso has gotten hold of it, not quite. Once again, clean take in the deep. Bhaskar Yadram alongside Gajanan Singh has been very neat and tidy in the outfield. Another tumbling take. And this Atlanta Fire innings is clearly going south here. The wickets have fallen in a heap. The latest one is Amila Ponso. Looking to hit that cow corner. Slight breeze there, but no timing. And Bhaskar Yadram, no trouble whatsoever. Ponso without troubling the scorers. 187 for 7 now. $187 for 7, 5 deliveries to go. Atlanta Fire were 163 for 2 after 16 overs. In the last 3 overs, they have only managed 22 runs and 5 wickets. They've lost 5 wickets in the 3.1 overs. Nasir Hussain has hit it in the gap. We'll look for 2. Every run is very, very crucial here at this stage. Gets back on strike. Is it a good thing to do with big hitting Evroy Dyer on the other end? Clearly Nasir Hussain's strength is not to clear the fence from the get-go. He's only been there for 4 deliveries. Evroy Dyer on the other side can make a telling contribution in a few deliveries. Nasir Hussain, it's not a clean strike. Just lands in front of the fielder. Once again, a slower delivery. But I think Atlanta Fire will be happy with what the result was. Evroy Dyer, 3 deliveries. What difference he can make. That projected score that was up above 200 for the most part of that innings has come down in the last over of the innings to 195. Atlanta Fire will be disappointed if they finish without getting up to that 200. Everroy Dyer smashes it out of the park. 1 ball, 1 6. That's the power of the man. These are crucial runs here in the context of the game. Bottom hand, just a flick of the wrist, and thank you very much. Easy as they come. For some, not for everyone. That's what we found out, because 5 wickets have fallen in the last 3 overs for Atlanta Fire, with not much addition to the score. But these 2 deliveries are crucial. The lengths will be crucial for Prashad. Barnwell and Bhaskar Yadram has done the job beautifully in the last 4 overs. Prashad could do with the wicket of Dyer. A play and a miss. Good delivery. Once again rolling those fingers. Throwing the ball slightly away from Dyer, who's looking to move inside and open up the onside for him. That's his area. Wide of mid-on and mid-wicket. 1 to go. 194 for 7. Atlanta Fire. Got underneath it. Straight down the ground. Will it get to the fence? Gajanan Singh is there. Barnwell is there. 2 gun fielders protecting that straight boundary. And Barnwell on that occasion stops the boundary, and Atlanta Fire have stopped short of 200. They finished with 198 for 7 in their 20 overs. And the target will be 199. A stunning comeback from Manhattan Yorkers, but it was all Atlanta Fire for the first 16 overs of this innings, thanks to a blistering knock of 75 by Zain Saeed of just 46. Aaron Jones was glorious and majestic for his 72 as well. But the finish never happened for Atlanta Fire. Everroy Dyer, 8 of 3 balls, did rescue a little bit in the final over. Christopher Barnwell, the standout with the ball, 4 for 31. He made a stunning comeback after 2 expensive overs. So did Bhaskar Yadram, 4 for 48. Doesn't seem flattering, but his last 2 overs didn't go for many and allowed Barnwell to pick up all these wickets. A wicket each for Raj Patel, Prashad and Noman Iftikhar. 8 extras as well. 199 will be the target. These are some of the highlights of the innings. Zain Saeed got off to a boundary start after the wicket of Rishi Pandey, but this partnership was the highlight of the day for Atlanta Fire. Aaron Jones, glorious down the ground. His innings started off in a hurry. Zain Saeed was battling hard for his timing. For once this ball eluded Gajanan Singh, who saw plenty of action in the field. Jones took Yasir Mohammed to cleaners, 21 of his over, including that 6. Yadram was expensive to begin with. Zain Saeed gradually found his best touch as his innings propelled. A couple of very nice blows. He's prepared to hang on to that back foot and play through the onside. That's another example of that length that was provided to him by the Manhattan Yorkers bowlers. The bottom half of the innings, he saw plenty of wickets and plenty of great work in the field. Gajanan Singh prevented to stop the boundary on that occasion, which he did in the previous over. Everroy Dyer's finishing touches took Atlanta Fire close enough to that magical 200 figure. 198 for 7, and the victory target will be 199. As players are taking a break here at the Atlanta Cricket Field, the run chase will begin. Don't move an inch here, because we're going to see plenty of action when the run chase begins in just about 15 minutes.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco. You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Fields here in Atlanta. Clouds are still staying dark and gray, but you can see in the distance no imminent chance of rain. The run chase is about to begin, and if this second innings matches the action in the first innings, we're sure to have one hell of a game here. Standard has been absolutely magnificent today here in this first of the conference semi-finals. Division champions from the south taking on the runners-up from the Eastern Division in 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Amila Aponso with the ball will start off the proceedings. Rajdeep Darbar, the wicketkeeper, is at the non-striker end. Amila with a slip in. First ball, bang! Just a couple of steps down the ground, and he really went through with the shot. Davish Patel didn't need a second look. Amila Aponso slightly flighted. A perfectly fine delivery, but this is T20 cricket for you. Great start. Manhattan Yorkers need 199. Danish Patel goes down the ground once again. Mid-on is up in the circle. A better shot. He was more in control of that. He didn't get to the pitch, but went through with the shot. Back-to-back boundaries to start off the run chase. Look at the footwork here. Look at the control and poise. Excellent balance on that occasion. Not looking to hit the ball hard. This is very impressive start from Danish Patel. The momentum clearly with Manhattan Yorkers since over number 17 of that Atlanta Fire innings. I would like to carry it on. This is not a coincidence that what just happened. Amila Aponso does it quite a few times in every game. Trying to suss up the options of the batter. Jamar Hamilton constantly in the ear of the batter as well. Nice drift from Amila Aponso. He's been guilty of firing the ball in too hard lately, but this has been a decent enough start. He conceded 2 boundaries, but there was nothing wrong with the deliveries. He's throwing the challenge. All 4 deliveries, he's asked Danish Patel to come at him. Danish got away with 2 boundaries. It's a good contest here. Very good contest. Full toss. Looking to fly the ball again. This time it has gone all the way. Mila Alfonso has conceded 14 runs. Could see that flight that he tried. There was a little dip in the air as well, but low full toss, easy as you like. Danish Patel has to be credited though for his aggressive intent. He's forced Amila Alfonso to make the error. Expensive start for the little Sri Lankans as Manhattan Yorkers have gotten away to a flyer. 15 for none.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Corner dry from the lake end of the ground where our commentary box is. And this could be crucial. Corner dry is very formidable with the new ball. He does provide breakthroughs with that new ball, and Atlanta Fire desperately need to halt the momentum that is with Manhattan Yorkers. The last 4 overs of Atlanta Fire innings and this first over of Amila Alfonso with 15 runs. So Yorkers definitely with the momentum. Looking to pitch that ball up. Corner dry to get some movement. Jamar Hamilton knocks the signboard over but couldn't stop the boundary. Fine leg was pretty wide. It was no one on 45. Jamar Hamilton had to do all the chasing himself. Wrong line from Corner dry. Crashing into that sponsor sign. The momentum just continue with Manhattan Yorkers. 19 of just 7 deliveries. Danish Patel clearly looks in the mood. Rajdeep Darbar on strike. Back of a line, chance at the non-striker end, direct hit. Throw was wide. I don't know what Danish Patel was doing. Darbar played it quietly straight to the fielder. He wasn't moving. But look at how difficult it was for Patel to put the brakes on, and he was well short. Corner dry with a slip in. Stephen Taylor at slip. Full and not straight enough according to umpire Samuels. Darbar was moving around in the crease. It'll be very interesting to see the replay. Corner's angle was drifting in. Did he move too far in front of the stumps? I think it was clearly down the leg side. Good decision there from the umpire. Corner dry pleading. Remember, Corner dry missed out the last weekend of action. He's expecting his first child, but back in action here at the ACF. Straying in line as Darbar has really clipped him very neatly. Look at that timing on that one. Squaleg was back, but it just eluded him. Incredible piece of timing. It just flew off his bat. For a moment I thought it's just got for one or maybe two. But saw fielder scrambling at that and couldn't get around. These boundaries in power play will hurt Atlanta Fire, because they would do nothing to stop the momentum that Manhattan Yorkers had gained. Oh, lucky on that occasion. Inside edge onto the pad. Just a ricochet into the popping crease. Good finish to the over from corner dry. Still 9 of the over. Manhattan Yorkers 24 for none. Five overs will constitute a game here in this run chase. Two overs gone. This weather has really increased the drama here of this conference semifinals. All week we thought, would it be possible to even just get one game through with the weather forecast? Rain had been kept pushing back and back with the forecast, so we were able to get this far. Evroy Dyer with the pace. Danish Patel clearly looked at ease against Amila Ponso. That back of a length will challenge him. Evroy Dyer bowls a heavy ball. In his best rhythm, he still can get that ball through at quite a decent clip. Going deep in his crease. Predicting that back of a length delivery from Dyer. Danish Patel. A rough throw from Stephen Taylor. Jamar Hamilton. Give him a stare and a couple of words. He's a character. Jamar Hamilton is an absolute character. A type of man that every dressing room would like to have, especially if he happens to be the keeper. He'll keep everyone on his toes. Up and over. Jay Pathak was in action for a while, but it flew over his head. Wow. That was an incredible stroke from Darbar. Back of a length from Dyer. Slightly predictable length, but no room there. He had to create his own, and that flick of the wrist really allowed the ball to go through. Commentary box was in the foreground of this picture, and Jay Pathak was scrambling, but the pace of Dyer was just too much to take the ball over the fence. It has been retrieved by Pathak and one of the fans from underneath the cars. This is another section where it rolls downhill, so after the boundary line the ball rolls, and it can be a long chase under the cars as well. But on that occasion, ball was found relatively quickly. 5 overs will constitute a game, so that's a good start here for Manhattan Yorkers. Good comeback there from Evroy Dyer. Two dots to go with a boundary and a single in this over. Be interesting to see what the Duckworth-Lewis targets will be at the end of every over after 5 over, just in case. Darbar smashes him down the ground for a 6. Well, he dragged it just a little bit towards wide mid-on, but the intent was there. A wry smile from Everoy Dyer. But the intentions are very clear here from the Manhattan Yorkers. Charges down the ground. He was looking to go straighter, but in the end he had to drag it slightly wider towards wide long on. But the connection was solid enough. Blistering start here. And now working the gaps, running hard. He will keep the strike with this single. Rajdeep Darbar as Manhattan Yorkers 38 for none after 3. Under the pump for the last 7 overs of this game. 4 overs with the ball, and they were really pegged back with the bat rather, and with the ball they've conceded 38 in 3. Straight down the ground. Once again a solid connection. It does plug after bouncing, but has enough legs to go over the fence. This is absolutely stunning start there from Manhattan Yorkers, especially from Darbar. Look at that. Fuller length. And corner dry. Just turn around in disgust. He knew the outcome of that stroke. Fire has some big characters in their lineup. Somebody needs to step up and raise their hand. Slow delivery, and it did wobble in the ear as well. It was pretty straight. Darbar got some bat on it. Just a single to get him away from the strike. It's the best thing for Manhattan Yorkers. Darbar has gotten away to a start. So has Danish Patel, but that was more against Emilio Aponso. Darbar has looked a more better all-round player, especially against the quicker men. Dinesh was good against spin. He hasn't hit it cleanly. Will be taken. And yes, that's the first breakthrough for Atlanta Fire. Looks like it's Nasir Hussain under the ball. Took the catch, and Atlanta Fire badly needed this. Danish Patel, who was very good against spin, was looking slightly vulnerable against the short pitch length. And corner dry has broken through. That was a good delivery, especially the line. Really tucked him up. And an easy take. Danish Patel departs after providing a bright and breezy start to his side. Gone for 17 now. Manhattan Yorkers 43 for 1. Gajanan Singh is the new man in, the key man for Manhattan Yorkers and indeed for Atlanta Fire. Kone went for the Yorker, neatly picked up by Jamar Hamilton behind the stumps. It's never easy to judge that bounce of that red clay because it went on the full past the batter. Immediately raising his hand, apologizing. That wicket will also bring the Duckworth-Lewis equation to slight parity there for Atlanta Fire because the Yorkers was running away with the show. Rajdeep Darbar looks a very organized player. Into the fourth over, 45 for 1. The original target of 199. This will be some contest here. Gajanan Singh is the informed man from the national duty in the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 qualifiers. He made stunning contributions there for the national side, batting in the middle order. Very, very capable player, very exciting player to watch as well. Corner dry, his run-up has lengthened almost to the edge of the 30-yard circle. A slip in place, 4 fielders on the offside. Gajanan Singh, you little ripper! First delivery out of the park. Gloriously struck. It was full and angling away. He just took a little stride out, but look at those hands go. The little flex of the knees a la Owen Morgan, and the bat flow was absolutely stunning. 50's been brought up. Flat batted it, hasn't got a strong enough connection. Stephen Taylor got himself wrong-footed and couldn't stop the ball. He was looking to dive into that one, but slightly wrong-footed, and there was side screen in play as well. 10 of the last 2 deliveries, despite the wicket, that got onto him a little quicker. He didn't quite get it where he intended it to, but Stephen Taylor with the chase. Look at that at the bottom of your screen. He's looking to dive initially, but couldn't pull out the dive. Running away with the run chase are Manhattan Yorkers. 55 for 1 after 4. Atindra Subramaniam, the youngster from Atlanta. He's made a name for himself in these competitions, 2nd year in a row. Atlanta Fire looking for him now. One thing you will always get with him, good decent line and length. The batters will have to make their own play against him. What a challenge for the youngster to come up against the international player in Gajanan Singh, and that too in top form. Aaron Jones really looking to marshal his troops. Been absolutely stung by this attack from Manhattan Yorkers. From ball 1, you have to say that 198 doesn't look very daunting at this stage. We've seen many times these innings can change very, very quickly. Got to stay tuned to the action. Absolutely stunning. This has absolutely been pummeled out of the park. Gajanan Singh has come out all guns blazing. The balance and poise, little stride, and off she goes, up and above. Nothing wrong with the delivery, you have to say, just a magnificent stroke. Again, strong blow, no one in the deep on that side of the ground. 10 of 2 from Gajanan Singh. They are in a hurry. The Manhattan Yorkers are making easy work of this 198. And they're running away with the show here in the power play. Gajanan Singh has really come out with a clear mindset. 66 for 1. And we aren't even 5 overs done yet. Any total in Duckworth Lewis, I think this will be enough in 5 overs for Manhattan Yorkers if the game were to stop now. Slow delivery from Atindra. This time finds the fielder in the deep. Well, 12 of 4 deliveries. And Atlanta Fire under the attack here. Who's the leader in the Fire to stop this assault? Darbar able to get the ball away from Nasir Hussain. There wasn't much room there. Not a bad delivery at all, but off the inside edge. It ran away downhill away from Nasir Hussain. Atindra looking to tuck him up. Just fast hands through the ball as well. You have to give credit to Manhattan Yorkers batters for their intent. There's only one thing on their mind, and that is to attack every delivery. Quite a few have come off the middle of the bat. Every now and then they get lucky with the edges as well. But that is all due to the pressure they've created through their intent. Excellent cricket here from the Manhattan Yorkers. Quickly running away with the show. Straight to the fielder. He was eyeing that area either side of Amila Ponso because there was a boundary for the taking. But found the little Sri Lankan to finish off the over with the dot. 16 of the over. 5 gone. 71 for 1.
One, two, three.
71 for 1. Thank you. How are you?
Good.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
How's the baby?
She's great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jay Pathak has been given the ball, not a regular with the ball in this season, not a regular in the playing 11. To be given an over at this stage inside the power play, throwing him a huge challenge. See how he gets through that against the informed Gajanan Singh. Good start from Jay Pathak. Gajanan Singh looking to open up that offside. That bat speed is absolutely incredible.
Text him this number. Ask him, he'll send the DL to you. Okay.
Flashing blade of Gajanan Singh, another boundary. Just a little bit of room there. Gajanan Singh was waiting back on that one and carves it away. Just look at his footwork. Just fast hands through the ball. That bat speed is incredible from Gajanan Singh. Pathak under pressure immediately. 1 dot delivery and a boundary. Once again, Gajanan Singh goes through the gap on the offside. Not a bad length at all from Jay Pathak, but somehow he got underneath it and created his power from a very difficult length, you have to say. But everything Gajanan Singh is hitting is going through the gap. Look at that. Almost on the popping crease, but he was able to get it away. He's in stunning form here, Gajanan Singh. 29 of just 8 deliveries. That cover fielder has been dropped back now. Slow delivery. Good comeback from Jay Pathak. It's not easy when the pressure is on, but he's produced a couple of dots, a couple of boundaries as well. But it's just an event. Every ball here in this power play. We thought Atlanta Fire, when they made 70 in the power play, they really nailed it, but the Manhattan Yorkers are well ahead of it. 79 with still 2 deliveries to go. Another good delivery. Gajanan Singh had to wait on that one. Good change of pace, good deception. Three dots and 2 boundaries. Slowing it down a little, Jay Pathak. Good tactics. Last ball of the power play. Swing and a miss. Excellent comeback from Jay Pathak. This has been a superb over from Jay as the power play has come to an end. Clearly belonging to Manhattan Yorkers. 79 for 1 after 6.
My son. He's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking. And he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Will the experience of Nasir Hussain be able to bring Atlanta Fire back into the game? Running away with the show are Manhattan Yorkers, 79 for 1. So we're talking about this momentum thing for quite a while. Come back to it after this ball. At the end of 16 overs of Atlanta Fire innings, they were 163 for 2. So from there on end, the momentum shifted with the Yorkers. Last 4 overs, only yielding 35 runs for all those wickets as well. 5 And then the first 6 overs, the momentum has clearly been with the Yorkers. So there's 10 overs in a row that they've dominated the game. And that's a true reflection of the game situation right now. Somebody would have to do something special. Chance there, but the throw was wide. Way wide there. Zain Saeed got to the ball quickly, but the throw wasn't on top of the stumps. Once again, that bounce really doesn't allow the ball to sit in properly in the fielder's hand to get away an accurate throw. Nasir Hussain plugging away. First, they need to stop the flow of the boundaries. And they need to take a wicket as well. That's what Atlanta Fire will be hoping for, to make a comeback. Because otherwise, the Yorkers are running away with the show. Excellent delivery from Nasir Hussain. Slowing it in the air, making Gajanan Singh wait. What will be Gajanan Singh's plan of action from here? Has he got it cleanly? Conrad Roy lining himself up and takes the catch. A big wicket in the context of the game. The informed Gajanan Singh, who seemed to have come out with the clear intention of playing only the one way. He's gotten away to 30 of 13 deliveries, but he loses his wicket in the cause. Excellent bowling from Nasir Hussain. He really slows it up in the air and beaten Gajanan in flight. Conrad Roy, safe as houses, pouches the USA international as he walks back for a bright and breezy 30. Manhattan Yorkers 82 for 2. If anything can bring Atlanta Fire back into this game or derail the flow of the innings of Manhattan Yorkers, that'll be the fall of wickets. Nasir Hussain has come up with very important one in his very first over. Excellent delivery. Great bowling. Slight confusion there with the running. But this will complete an excellent over from Nasir Hussain. Just the 4 runs and a wicket. After 7, Manhattan Yorkers 83 for 2.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
$83 for 2 after 7 overs. Manhattan Yorkers still in the pole position. The Duckworth-Lewis target at the end of 7 overs with 2 wickets down would have been 84. So they're still ahead, but there's no imminent chance of rain. The weather generally comes from the forest towards the north end of the ground. Clouds are pretty thick, but thankfully the rains have stayed away. and we've seen some scintillating cricket. Action galore. Jay Pathak has earned himself another opportunity at the bowling crease after bowling that magnificent over to Gajanan Singh. Darbar has been the ever-present, but this is important now. Christopher Barnwell's role is to lead this run chase and see through right to the end. A lot hinges on his wicket here for both teams. Pathak has been mixing them up quite nicely. This game is so tantalizingly poised, and you feel like Manhattan Yorkers are on top. These games change quite quickly. 1 or 2 good overs, fall of 1 or 2 quick wickets. Clever from Darbar, hitting the gaps. Chance at the non-striker end, but Pathak was nowhere. The direct hit, and Barnwell would have been gone. Atindra Subramaniam was swooping in from the deep. Really made a clean pickup. Pandey got ahead of him. This was Pandey's throw. Look at Barnwell and look at Jay Pathak. Both are struggling to get to the stumps. Barnwell was way out. That was an opportunity there. A glaring miss. Jay Pathak didn't read the situation very well. He needs to concentrate hard though. He can't afford to relax. But a big let off for Manhattan Yorkers. There is a realization, I think, from Darbar. You have a feeling he's realized the situation and he knows the importance of wickets here. He doesn't want to give Atlanta Fire a sniff by keep losing his wickets. At least he can try on his end. After the power play, he's looking to just hit the gaps and run hard. This is sensible there from Manhattan Yorkers. Wickets in a heap could really make them lose the advantage they have at the moment. Barnwell is too experienced to know that. Flick, wristy flick there. It falls just short of Rishi Pandey. He went for the catch. But in the end, he couldn't prevent the boundary as well. A boundary will make it a good over for Manhattan Yorkers. Just a wristy flick down on one knee. Rishi Pandey misjudged it. The youngster went for the catch. But that means that it's 10 of the over from Jay Pathak. 8 gone, 93 for 2.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Nasir Hussain's spell is really important here. He's mixing it up very nicely, attacking the stumps, asking the questions from the batters. He hasn't got it cleanly. Jamar Hamilton, can he see it under his helmet? Yes, he can. And the celebrations as a big roar comes up in the Atlanta Fire hospitality tents. Darbar, who was looking to calmly guide this chase, has lost his nerve, and as a result, he's lost his wicket as well. Important contribution from Nasir Hussain. This is his second wicket. Excellent delivery. Once again, slightly round arm, is slower in the air. Looking to go across the line. Jamar Hamilton seeing the ball through the peak of his helmet. Catches it as Atlanta Fire celebrate. Darbar gone for 39. Manhattan Yorkers 94 for 3. Big hitting Sean Findlay in the middle. Nasir Hussain has really bowled superbly. Nothing fancy, just change of trajectory, change of pace, change of delivery points as well. This one was way over the top. Nice loop. Excellent variations there from the Bangladeshi off spinner. He's really put the brakes on. Another single. So if Duckworth Lewis were to come in to plan now, just to give you a perspective of where both these sides are at the moment, for the loss of 3 wickets after 9 overs, the Yorkers needed to be at 85. So they're still slightly ahead despite the inroads in the last 3 overs. They're slightly ahead in the game. Nasir Hussain has got a slip in for Sean Findlay. Aaron Jones ringing changes in the field. Big hitters keep coming. That's why wickets are so crucial. We've already seen the impact of that in the first innings. Slightly round armish there once again. Findlay got it way off his pads, I think. Leg bye is the signal from the umpire. Just the 2 runs off the over and a wicket. Splendid from Nasir Hussain. 9 gone, 96 for 3.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Crucial call from the Atlanta Fire skipper. Jay Pathak into his third over in a row. Probably the fall of wickets is helping the skipper to make a decision and continue with him. Tucking Finley up. Good line there from Pathak once again. That required run rate is still up above 9. It doesn't phase modern day batters these days, but still something to bowl at for the bowlers. Barnwell will look to take this chase deep down. He's still got Bhaskar Yadram, the big hitter Yadram. Prasad is a good all-rounder. Yasir Muhammad very capable. Finley looking around that onside field as the breeze has picked up a little bit here. The clouds thickening all the time. Knocked him over! Sean Finley cannot believe it. Slow delivery, taking the middle stump right out of the ground. And the big hitting Sean Finley has been castled by Jay Pathak. Found himself in good rhythm, Jay Pathak. Look at that slow delivery. Came out very nicely off his hands. Looking to play across the line. Sean Finley cannot believe when he heard the death rattle behind him. And Atlanta Fire are rejuvenated thanks to some splendid work from Jay Pathak and Nasir Hussain. Finley gone for a duck. The Yorkers 98 for 4. Yeah. Some things never change. This is an absolute crucial phase of the game. Bhaskar Yadram in the middle. Atlanta Fire will definitely remember him from last year. Hits the gap immediately to get himself off the mark. Big hitting Yadram. He was here with New York Empire State Titans from New York last year, and he made a telling contribution with both bat and ball. That series was won by the Titans 2-1 by the skin of their teeth. The slow delivery is really coming out nicely out of the hand of Jay Pathak. Little wobble in the air as well. He's putting a lot of action on the ball. His return 1 for 21 so far. Pretty good, and his skipper would be delighted with that. All season long he's been waiting for his opportunity, which has been far and few between, both with bat and ball. Today he never got a chance to bat, but he's coming handy with the ball. Got away cheaply with that one as well. Tucking the batter up. A leg by to finish off the over. At the halfway stage, 100 has been brought up. Manhattan Yorkers 100 for 4. 101 for 4. They were. 101 for 4. Manhattan Yorkers needing another 98 runs in the second half of this first of the best of 3 conference semifinals between the two sides. 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Proud title sponsors Dafa News. All the sponsors will be delighted with the response at this year's championship. We've seen some wonderful cricket throughout, and only thank these sponsors that have come on board and made sure that this event has been supported. You can follow this action not just on Willow TV but also on the MLC social media platforms across YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Bhaskar Yadram gets the edge and taken. Zain Saeed takes the catch. The big hitting Bhaskar Yadram has gone now, and the Manhattan Yorkers innings is suffering the same fate as did the Atlanta Fire earlier in the innings. Amila Aponso throwing that ball wide off Bhaskar Yadram, and Zain Saeed takes the catch, sending the crowds into celebration mode here at the Atlanta Cricket Field. Bhaskar Yadram now is gone for 1, and Manhattan Yorkers stumbling here, 101 for 5. Well, this game can change very, very quickly. Atlanta Fire has made a comeback. That over from Jay Pathak, over number 6, the last one of the power play, which had 4 dot balls, and then the introduction of Nasir Hussain, who took 2 wickets. Jay Pathak with a wicket, and then Amila Aponso, after a difficult start, has gotten himself a wicket now. They've really put the screws. You could tell by looking at the field which team is dominating. Plenty of noise and chirp there from the Atlanta Fire. Amila Aponso will look to tighten the screws. Yasir Muhammad, like I said, is very capable. Christopher Barnwell is still there. 2 full going down the leg side. Jamar Hamilton will do that all day long. But he knows that this ball was sliding down the leg side. Amila Aponso looking for that quick Yorker, hitting Yasir on the boot. But the line wasn't right. Amila Aponso bowls an over with just the 1 run and the wicket, continuing the comeback trail for Atlanta Fire. 11 gone, 102 for 5. Jay Pathak bowling his 4th over in a row. As long as Christopher Barnwell is in the middle, I'm pretty sure that Manhattan Yorkers will feel that they're in the hunt. His last few overs have been really very, very good for Atlanta Fire. They derailed the momentum of Manhattan Yorkers. Barnwell looking to go up and over. It lands between Zain Said and Conrad Rai. So at the end of 11th over by Duckworth Lewis targets, the Yorkers had to be at 113. So that game has changed within a blink of an eye. They were 10 runs ahead 2 overs ago, and they're now 10 runs behind, just in a span of a few minutes. They have to be at 119 at the end of this over. Over number 12, that is. Got the edge, Yasir Muhammad. It's running downhill. Tumbling save, or tumbling effort there from Nasir Hussain. Not enough. That boundary will really break the shackles for Manhattan Yorkers. They've dug themselves a huge hole. Youngster Yasir is trying. Slightly wider there if you really want to be critical of Jay Pathak. Allowed Yasir to free his arms. That has allowed that boundary. So that Duckworth Lewis target of 119 at the end of 12 overs. If you were to look at it in that perspective. That's where Manhattan Yorkers are, 107, 12 runs away from that target. Just 3 deliveries to go. But I can tell you that the rain is not coming in the next 3 deliveries. So this game will go slightly longer. That's why Yasir Muhammad has more time to get settled and support Christopher Barnwell. Hits the pad. It clearly pitched outside the leg stump. But once again, slow delivery coming out very nicely of Jay Pathak's hand. This has been an impressive spell of bowling. I've seen Jay Pathak on the sidelines throughout the season, carrying drinks for most part, waiting for his opportunity. And it's the biggest game of the season so far. And he's really come up with the goods with the ball. Just 2 balls to finish off his work for the day. Well, in that first of best of 3, I have to say, as Yasir has thumped him down the ground for a single. Manhattan Yorkers will have to rebuild. That required run rate of 11.14 still is not at a stage that will worry the likes of Christopher Barnwell. But it's just the amount of time they have to continue to do it. For 8 overs after this ball. They don't want to let it go anywhere close to 14 or 15 too soon. A full toss on another day. Barnwell could have smashed it over the boundary. Such is the stranglehold that Jay Pathak has built around these Manhattan Yorkers batters. They were just happy enough to see his back. 4 overs, 1 for 28 for Jay Pathak. A splendid contribution. 12 gone. The Yorkers, 109 for 5.
1, 2, 3.
this Manhattan Yorkers innings has collapsed in a heap. Barnwell goes down the ground. Emil Alfonso was in the action. Felt like it was in the air when it passed him. Firmly struck. But the point I want to make is that Manhattan Yorkers have suffered that collapse. But luckily it's not towards the end of the innings. It's a mid-innings. So one feel, if you're a real optimist, you feel that they still have a chance to recover. Good 7.4 overs remaining. Have to keep the scoreboard rotating. A bad bounce there for Cornet will allow the second run for Yasir Muhammad. They were 82 for 1 in 6.5 overs. Then that wicket started to collapse. Two left-handers in the middle. Emil Alfonso has been given the responsibility. Still holding back with the likes of Stephen Taylor, the off-spinner, and 2 overs from Nasir Hussain. Aaron Jones has plenty of options at his disposal. Too short from Amile. Does it carry to Cornet? Yes, it does. And look at the support behind him. He's a tall man. He had to go down a long way. But he went down and came up with the ball. Cornet Dry has really pulled off a stunner. Atlanta Fire are tightening the screws here. Emil Alfonso with his second wicket. This is a huge wicket. Christopher Barnwell. Cornet Dry staying low, tumbling, and look at the supporters behind him. Atlanta Fire are on fire as Christopher Barnwell goes for 10. The Yorkers 1-1-3 for 6. Yeah. A long way, yeah. Quiet finish to the over. Still a wicket in the over as well. Beg your pardon, just one delivery to go. Manhattan Yorkers, what have you done to yourself? 82 for 1 with Gajanan Singh in full flight in just 7 overs, inside the 7 overs. And since then, they've crawled to 113. Just 31 runs and 5 wickets in 6 overs. Two wickets for Alfonso now. 2 for Nasir Hussain. 1 for Jay Pathak. 1 for Cornet Dry. Atlanta Fire would start to think that it's their game to lose from here. Emil Alfonso didn't pick that one up. It went pretty close to him. Once again, excellent work in the deep. Atlanta Fire are really upbeat here in the field. Aaron Jones, the skipper, congratulating Cornet Dry for his effort. Well, I was a bit harsh on Emil. It was quite far away from him, but Cornet Dry with the slide and the pickup. Atlanta Fire are really putting some pressure here on the Yorkers. After 13, 1-1-4 for 6.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
The action has really been thick and fast in this game. 2 innings of different fortunes. The Atlanta Fire, for the first 16 overs, they were dominating. Last 4 overs, the Yorkers came back strong, took the momentum with them into the 7th over of their innings, where they were 82 for 1. But since then, Atlanta Fire has came back roaring. And at this stage, what they need is a little bit of a solidity, a little bit of common sense, and just discipline. And no man is better than Athendra to do that for Atlanta Fire. This is some of his striking traits as a bowler in these championships. The Toyota Minor League Championship 2022, brought to you by Sunoco and a proud title sponsor of Dafa News. Could Atlanta Fire start to dream about that big weekend next week in Church Street Park, the finals week of the 2022 season, which obviously has been bigger and better than previous season? Atlanta Fire, who narrowly missed out on that berth in last year, could they start to dream, or is it a bit too early? Series that Atlanta Fire had here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields, the best of 3 last year, with Empire State Titans from the Eastern Division, was a real tight contest. And for most part, this contest looked very tight. It's just the loss of wickets in the last 4 overs have really turned the scoreline. On the up, Yasir Mohammed has got some talent with the bat, make no mistake about that. Is this task a little bit too big for the youngster? Only time will tell. Some of his more illustrious teammates have really left him in a very, very difficult situation. Good experience though for the youngster. Past the stumps on the non-striker end. Amila Ponso. This Atlanta Fire has some very, very good fielders in the outfield. Amila Ponso is very quick. Jan Said, Aaron Jones, Taylor, Kone Dry, young Rishi Pandey. You look around, they've got a pretty good fielding side here as well. Led by, of course, Jamar Hamilton behind the stumps. The ever chirpy and vocal. Athendra allowed him to get underneath it, but Stephen Taylor running around. Was he able to put the ball back in field of play? He did not, and he concedes to the umpire that it was a 6. That's the point I was making. Stephen Taylor moving very swiftly in the deep, and it was a big hit. Athendra with the slow delivery. Wrong option probably at this stage, but look at Stephen Taylor go. He landed outside the fence before he could push the ball back in. A maximum to finish off over number 14 for the Yorkers. 123 for 6.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Okay, thank you. See you.
Atlanta opens starts in October. Yeah, yeah, it's a national competition. Yeah. The zingers are flying. Jamar Hamilton moving very swiftly. Wrong line from Amila, but have a look at Jamar Hamilton go behind the stumps. Razor sharp. And the glare behind the sunglasses and the visor of that helmet. Atlanta Fire look very relaxed in the field now. They are clearly in the ascendancy as the rain is moving in as well. Some blue sky behind where we're doing our commentary from, but other than that, thick clouds moving in. Straight down the ground, the mid-off is slightly wider, and it thuds into that Dafa News sign to the other side of the ground. Amila Ponso probably getting a little bit greedy, looking to go for the wickets, throwing the challenge to Prashad, who hits him smack in the middle of the bat, and look at that hit. The sponsor sign. Everett Doyer had no chance. Amila Afonso has come up with the goods. He has the last laugh as he castles Prashad's stumps and send the zingers flying under the dark clouds here at the Atlanta Cricket Field. Atlanta Fire are closing in on a famous victory here in the first of best of 3 series. Look at Amila Afonso. And the zingers are flying quite bright because, as I say, the clouds are moving in ever so quickly. A little thunder in the background, but it's all doom and gloom in this first game for the Yorkers. 7 down now for 130. If you weren't here or you weren't watching, you won't believe that how this Manhattan Yorkers innings has capitulated. 82 for 1 inside 7 overs to 130 for 7 in the 15th over. Raj Patel is the new man in. Odd runs in the last 5 overs of a T20 game these days is not an unusual situation, or is not a miracle anymore. But that 7 wickets down is really hurting Manhattan Yorkers now. Bump ball to Amila Ponso to finish off another cheap over. His work for the first game is done. 3 for 29 of his 4 overs. As Atlanta Fire are tightening the screws. Just 5 left. 131 for 7.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back to Atlanta Cricket Fields. 15 overs done and dusted. 131 for 7 Manhattan Yorkers. As we've seen, the rain started to fall here. The umpires are having a conversation. Aaron Jones is in the mix of that after 15 overs with 7 wickets down. The Manhattan Yorkers are behind in this game, I can tell you that much. They needed to be at 153 at the end of 15 overs. About 22 runs short. We're about to start over number 16. I can tell you that at the end of this over, they needed to be 159. And the way the rain has started, it looks like it. At the end could be imminent. Was a little discrepancy though. Amila Afonso had to bowl that one delivery to get us to the 15th over. You can see the urgency in Atlanta Fire. It just couldn't catch what was happening with the action. Amila Afonso took a long time to finish that last delivery because the umpire had called an over earlier. But as it happened, they had to come back. So 15 overs done and dusted now. 131 for 7. And the Duckworth-Lewis par for the loss of 7 wickets. The Manhattan Yorkers had to be at 153. They're 22 runs shy. Umpire Samuels looking around. Evroy Dyer is taking the ball. It's quite dark here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. And the rain you can see in the background has started to fall. Keep an eye on the umpires, what they want to say. They want to continue with this game or take us off and protect the pitch and everything for the next game. Which I have to say that the rain forecast is for continuous rain after 2 o'clock local time. We're at 127 and the rain has started to come. Evroy Dyer is taking forever to start this over. Jamar Hamilton is in place. He wasn't ready. Now the batsman has turned away. Atlanta Fire has got this in the bag. I think 28 needed in this over to get Manhattan Yorkers on par with the Duckworth-Lewis target at the end of this over. So, huge task. Chance at the non-striker end. Zan Said backed up pretty nicely. The rain is steady now here. And it's picking up pace at all times. Looking at the umpires, they're pretty content at the moment. Samuel just glances over his shoulder. Straying down the leg side was Evroy Dyer. It's giving the impression he couldn't get a stronger foothold there. The rain has continued to fall and a boundary for Manhattan Yorkers. Kone Dry gets in the mix, get in the ears of the umpire. Both the umpires are now coming together. Like I said, the rain has been falling steadily for the past 7 to 8 minutes. The crowds are looking very, very intense. Everybody knows it's crucial time here. Atlanta Fire will go 1 up if the game were to be stopped right now. The umpires have gotten hold of the ball. Have they instructed the players to come off? Is the rain slowing down? Drama here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. An umpire has finally called to the groundman and the curator to bring on the covers. So the play has been stopped here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields after 15.2 overs with Manhattan Yorkers 136 for 7. And at this stage of the game, Atlanta Fire are ahead in the Duckworth-Lewis equation. Because at the beginning of this over, the Yorkers had to be at 153 and they were behind the 8th ball. And even here at the start of the 16th over, this should be 159 at 7 wickets down. I think at the end of this over, rather, they would have been at 159 if they had to win this game. So 16 overs and 2 deliveries. Atlanta Fire ahead in the Duckworth-Lewis equation at this stage. And the rain has stopped play here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. I have to say it's not as hard as it was like 5 minutes ago, but it's in the air, you could tell that. And I think it's good decisions by the umpire to protect the players. And as I speak, the rain has picked up here. We'll take a break here. We take a break here and we'll come back with the second game or any further updates from Atlanta Cricket Fields. Until then, it's goodbye. Hello and a very warm welcome back to the Atlanta cricket fields here. We had a rain-curtailed first game, the best of three series of the conference semi-finals of 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco, and Atlanta Fire were winners by 19 runs by the virtue of Duckworth-Lewis method. The rain came in the 16th over. You look at the batting card of Manhattan Yorkers. They got off to a flying start through Dinesh Patel, Rajdeep Darbar and Gajanan Singh, who looked in scintillating form. But once these three were dismissed, the wheels came off, and Christopher Barnwell, Sean Findlay, Bhaskar Yadram, the big hitting middle order, couldn't come to the party. Yasir was trying when the rain came, but the target was daunting. Amila Ponso with 3 wickets. Nasir Hussain was the one who set the cat amongst the pigeons with those 2 wickets to get the ball rolling. Jay Pathak's contribution was very, very immense. 1 for 28 of his 4 overs. He came on when the onslaught was on. But Atlanta Fire winning by 19 runs by the virtue of Duckworth-Lewis method. You can see the pictures as well, that we won't be starting the second game on time. As we look at the match summary, Atlanta Fire winning by 19 runs, contributions from Zan and Aaron Jones with the bat as well. The umpires are having a look, still trying to see if the conditions will be ready enough for a soon enough start. That all obviously depends on no more further rain, which is moving pretty closely from over our right shoulder as we look at it. This is where the weather comes here at the Atlanta cricket fields. We'll be coming back to you with any updates regarding the play for the second game. But the news from the first game is that the Fire is leading this series, the best of 3 series, 1-0 by virtue of that 19 runs victory in the first game here against the Manhattan Yorkers. Stay tuned, and we'll be coming with you with live updates of play for the second game. Until then, here at Atlanta Cricket Field, we say goodbye to you until the further updates come through.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.